Team song is up. I'm going to go. With Pablo. Are you ready? You ready? Are you ready? What time is it by you down there now? Oh, after one. Oh, it's two. Oh, Pablo. Okay. You won't believe I get mixed up with that time right there, you know. Oh my word. Huh? Oh my God. And oh my word. This is crazy. You won't believe what I just um yeah. Oh my God. So I'm thinking like, what am I saying I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. I'm hustling here, you know. I'm hustling. I'm saying I'm late. Oh my word. Okay. mm, mm. Cassandra. Yeah. Okay. I just I just did that thing there. Um so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, don't prosecute us. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I got to find a way to cut this off. To not put it up. Okay, ignore this. Okay. How do I delete something from here? I don't know how to do that. Close. No saving. I know this is the Genesis. Somebody had to come and pick up this. Okay, let me play a Black Stallion still. Okay. I'll do this first.
6.3 Vibes FM and join us on 101.3 and 106.3 Vibes FM and on all social media platforms every Sunday at 7 p.m. for 1 hour of exciting information, providing valuable legal information to the public. Join us on Legalize, a legal education program hosted by Joseph Ewart Lane, the holder of 3 law degrees, including 2 Masters of Law degrees and the legal education certificate from Hugh Wooding Law School. Legalize will open your eyes to the rights and duties,
I'll play that
and some of the
part in
law
his session as well.
engages attorneys from Grenada and across the Caribbean to
Yeah.
discuss and drill down on current legal issues, including cases decided by the court. Come, join the vibes. Legalize, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. this and every Sunday. Don't miss it.
Mm.
for today. Oh Lord, I thank you for today. Go with so yes, Lord, I thank you for today. The light of day. Oh, I thank you, Lord, and sing you songs of praise. By day and night, oh, we and I live. Charity through the night, oh, this I'm so amazed. What have I done to deserve the blessing of God? You've been so, and I never repay you, Lord, for everything I owe. No, it's a miracle how we go, Lord, this I know. That we can worship you forevermore. I thank you for today. Oh Lord, I thank you for today. In my life, you have been wrong. My way, I won't be dismayed. You never deny me, oh, my blessings just delayed. The situation I am in, it could have been much worse. But you carried me through to Lord, because I put you first. You furnished me with love, if I'm not too old. And never was before. You showered me with rain. How could I praise? Praising you daily, Lord, and know your name. Oh, Lord, I thank you for today. Oh, Lord, I thank you for today. In my life, you have been so yes, Lord, I thank you for today. Jesus, thank you, Lord, for everything you've done for me. Whatever is to come, I want to go through it. Thank you, Lord, for everything you did in our Thank you, Lord, for everything you've done for me. Whatever is to come, I want to go through it. Thank you, Lord, for everything you did in our Bye-bye. Thank you for today. Thank you for today. Thank you for If I gave you this water, would you drink it on my terms? If I told you my secrets, would you tell them I'm your man? Know that you know my secrets. Who's against me if you can? It's only for the masking. Would you stand beside this man? 'Cause if you decide to tell me yes, yes I know that you know. Now you know what I do. And if you decide to tell me yes, yes I know that you know. Now you know what I do. Would you sleep inside my dome? It's only me and you, baby. We could never be alone. 'Cause anything you require, I lost this it on my own. 'Cause I'm a man, turn our house into a home. If you decide to tell me yes, yes I know that you know. Now you know what the is. And if you decide to tell me yes, yes I know that you know. Now you know what the is. Lord, I can feel my prayer of a woman's soul. Come and be your lover. I never felt it so sweet. I'm never leaving, I'm staying. I just thought I'd let you know. So come and give me love. 'Cause I'll never let you go. If you decide to tell me yes. Yes, I know, yes, I know that you know what the is. And if you start to tell me, yes, I know that you know, now you know what the is. If you decide to tell me, yes, I know, yes, I know that you know what the is. And if you decide to tell me, yes, I know that you know, now you know what I'm afraid. When that day comes and I find myself standing in the sun, I can only imagine when all we do is forever worship you. I can only imagine. Mhm. I could only imagine to be so feel with Jesus. I know you'll be still when I stand in your presence. To is well when I see you. Speak it out, you know it. If you don't know what to say, we can talk. See, I'm so hard. I'm trying to be smooth. Destiny seems so far. I'm down in myself, and I say it's never meant to be. I was not like you. They were all that I could see, but you told me always are higher than mine. Your thoughts are higher, your thoughts are higher than mine. Oh, you didn't take it about me, but instead you spoke of me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You spoke of me. Is that your testimony tonight? And on top of my problems, there's so much negativity. So many people spoke again. You stop over me. You stop. You stop over me. Stop. You stop. You things are already things are already
No, I told you what up in a shop. Even though we bring a tool, we just not to work out, but we ain't gonna walk. No, I told you, Steve. No, I told you, if I don't leave, we bring a tool look like that's leave. We just not to work out, the soul gonna keep. Guess what? Hit me teeth already. We don't get but me seat already. Best in a fleet already. I tell me some of the wheat already. See, me prepare with me seat already. We have to be blessing me sleep already. Four times me teeth already. Who's not sharing but sweet already.
things are already the time. Things are already the time.
Every day we get up and I worry about with a anxiety and a hurry about. Meditate you have no many devil sorry about what trivial things like hurry about. Little me man stop singing them sorry about. Got up a plan because I feel carry out. You can't done it, just want to carry out. And you go to a big trial.
Things are already the time. Things are already the time.
I'm gonna take care of you. I'm always here. You never stay here. So go back to the fear.
Things are ready the time. Things are ready the time.
Things already fantastic. Things already
fantastic.
Things are already better. Things are already better. Things are things are already better.
106.3 Vibes FM and on all social media platforms every Sunday at 7 p.m. for 1 hour of exciting information, providing valuable legal information to the public. Join us on Legalize, a legal education program hosted by Joseph Ewart Lane, the holder of 3 law degrees, including 2 Masters of Law degrees and the legal education certificate from Hugh Wooding Law School. Legalize will open your eyes to the rights and duties, do's and don'ts, and some of the intricacies of law as Lane engages attorneys from Grenada and across the Caribbean to discuss and drill down on current legal issues, including cases decided by the court. Come, join the vibes. Legalize, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. this and every Sunday.
Saturday, March 2, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. The place to be is 1099 Kingston Road, Pickering, Unit 243. Come and join the fundraising rally for the Feed the People program, Trinidad and Tobago 2024. Come and display your talents as we raise some funds for our 2nd annual Trinidad mission trip. Come and join Stepping Up in Christ, New Commandment Church of God, Sister Connection, New Life Worship Center, Jam FM, and the Hebrew Church of God in a rally to remember. Donations can be made via e-transfer to steppingupandoutchrist@gmail.com. That's Saturday, March 2, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. at 1099 Kingston Road, Pickering, Unit 243. Don't forget to bring a friend, bring a family, and bring your talent.
He said, I'm going to testify what Jah has done for I said, I'm going to testify what Jah has done for when I'm down here to stay when I'm empty, it's my God. When obstacles are in my way, you remove that for me. I sing. What Jah has done for us. What Jah has done for us. We try to find it down. Just say some step around. Yeah. We're waiting. Yeah. He'll remove it from you. Watch out, has done for I and I. Keep on telling watch out, has done for I. Said, watch out, has done for I keep on telling you that I'm gonna testify. Watch out, has done for I. Satan is working. Trying to take you astray. Be careful of it. All you and that's what watch out has done for I. I keep on telling you. Watch out has done for I. While walking through this land. Watch out, that's done for I. Keep on telling you. Watch out, that's done for I.
Take my hand, Lord. Here I am, like a child. Take me as I am, for my burden is too heavy, for I alone to bear. It's been so long, I've been traveling from this long road with no one to help me carry my heavy load. And I know I'm still a child, and I'm surely gonna need somebody to take my hand, but I'm sure I will die. And nothing gonna deprive me of my salvation. So even though the road is so rocky, I'm still coming for the ride. Because I know the good shepherd watch over the sheep. So I will cast away my pride. Just like a prodigal son, no more will I go. Just like the prodigal son, but I'm coming home. Just like the prodigal son, nowhere else to turn. Just like the prodigal son, but I'm coming home. What pleasure was my portion. Through the world I roam, vanity in all its glory. I was a rolling stone, but a voice from a distance, he called to me, saying, "Son, my heart, and I will set you free." And I know my sins are so many, and I'm surely gonna need some help to carry my cross. What For Jesus Christ already told me to pay all the sins. So even though the road is so rugged and steep, I'm in for the ride. Because I know you would share, but watch over the sheep. So cast away my pride. Just like the prodigal son, no more will I go. Just like the prodigal son, but I'm coming home. Just like the prodigal son, nowhere else to go. Just like the prodigal son, but I'm coming home. And I'm not looking back. I'm not looking back. Cause I know it will, yes, I know it would be my wonderful. I'm not looking back. I'm not looking back. Cause I'm afraid, I may become the pillar of salt. Take my arm, Lord. Let me oh my God. Burning hope.
To Leading Edge Leadership with Dr. Miles Monroe. Discover the leader in you and others.
Hi, everyone. This is Dr. Miles Monroe, and welcome to a special series of sessions on leadership called Leading Edge Leadership with Dr. Miles Monroe. On this program, we'll be focusing on discovering the leader within you and in others. I believe that you were born to be a leader, but most people will die as followers. And that's because they've never been challenged to tap into the hidden leader trapped within them. I believe that every follower has a leader on the inside. And our environment, our culture, and of course, our conventional thinking does not allow the leader to be emerged. I want to remind you that you were born to be something important in the world. So 3 things you must remember. Number 1, Jesus Christ and God himself created you to be a leader in your generation. 2, you were not born to be a leader over people, but over a gift. And number 3, that you were born to make a difference and not just to make a living. This program will help you discover the truth about yourself and the truth about your gifts and how important it is for you to discover that you were born to make an impact in the world. So as we begin this journey, I trust that you will sit back, get a notebook, a notepad, and listen carefully to every single session as we study leadership together and discover the leadership trap within you. So join us again now, right here on Leading Edge Leadership as we enter the session to study leadership. I want to talk to you about the 12 principles of leadership. I'm going to give you them very quickly. And then for the next few sessions that I have, I'm going to deal with them personally. So write this down, please. Everyone take notes. You want to focus for the next few minutes on the 12 principles for developing your personal leadership. What did I say? 12 principles for developing personal leadership. I want you to focus on the word principles for a minute because the word principle actually is important. A principle is a law. It's a law. And it's a law that affects function. Principles are not facts. Facts change. You don't want to live your life by facts or according to the facts of life. Don't do that. Facts are unpredictable. They always change. Principles are constant. These are laws, or sometimes we call them precepts, that are created or inherent in creation, or that are built into life, that if you follow them, you will guarantee success. So the facts don't do that. Principles guarantee success. So I'm going to teach you principles of developing yourself into a leader. Now, a principle means that it's a law, which means that it works everywhere, it works for anyone, and it works anytime, in every situation. That's the power of a principle. A principle has no respect for anybody. You got to respect the principles. So if you learn principles, you become wiser than people who know facts. Plus, principles give you the power to always know what to do. They simplify life. So principles are critical. So what I'm going to share with you then is these 12 principles that I have discovered, learned, applied, and also researched in the lives of people who were effective in influencing the world. I live by them myself, and that's probably why my influence is becoming broader daily. These principles work for anyone and everyone, which means that really anyone can become a leader. I know this sounds almost impossible, but God's plan was never for anyone to be a follower. We became followers because we lost our leadership spirit when we declared independence from the source of leadership, which is God himself. And we are therefore victims of our context and our culture. And my hope is that I can set you free from your culture, which I was a part of myself. I mean, I was a prisoner of the culture in which I was born, and that culture does not develop leaders. That culture encourages servitude. And I think all of you in this room are suffering from that culture, and those watching this television program, all of us, because we are born in a culture that does not believe in us. And that's a fact. The culture we were born into are designed to make you an employee, to make you dependent, and to guarantee that all you will ever have in life is a job. That's the culture we are in. All of our systems and education and our training and even our upbringing is designed to maintain that environment, that you behave yourself. As a matter of fact, one of the common statements I heard growing up was this: know your place. That's a serious statement, but what that really means is there are some boundaries you ain't supposed to cross. There's some areas you ain't supposed to leave. There are some restrictions you're supposed to live with for the rest of your life, and you are a victim of what we say you can and cannot do. This is the environment we were born into. This is debilitating, it is oppressive, and we even have accepted it as life, which to me is tragic, because we have surrendered to what I call the context. This is my lot, we say. This is what I have to deal with. This is what I have to put up with. And so we end up surrendering to the culture, and the culture is designed to bury us before we die. Most of us are actually already buried. We're buried in a culture that has completely devalued us. Now, what I'm hoping to do is to set you free from that culture, which really created your mentality. And of course, your mentality becomes your own prison. And what I try to do is to break into your mentality and change your ideas. You are simply the manifestation of your own ideas. That's what you are. And until you change your ideas, you will never change your life. So what I do is I introduce, I don't want to use the term new ideas. I introduce the original ideas that you lost back to you. I want to begin this segment then talking a little bit about leadership motive. But this is the context we're dealing with. First of all, write this down. True leadership must lead to change. And that change translates into social betterment. Anyone who says that they are a leader must focus on changing their environment, their context. You cannot be a leader and everything remains the same. If you claim to be a leader and nothing is changing around you, or you are not changing anything, you are simply a manager, not a leader. That leads to point number 2. True leadership should not and must not support any vision or process that perpetuates or gives continuance to social injustice. A leader will never imprison people and oppress people. Leaders set people free. True leaders deliver people from the inhibitors of life. They help people discover that there is no limit to what they can do or become. Any leader that does not introduce that kind of life to you is not a leader, that's a dictator. That leads to point number 3. True leadership is always committed to the essence of life. In other words, a leader believes in the noble values of life. They believe you should rise to the higher calling on behalf of other people. They never destroy people. They heal people. They never oppress people. They release people. If you want to become a leader, you have to become a servant of humanity. If you claim that you want to be a leader in your generation, you're going to have to find a vision and a cause that improves other people's lives, not your bottom line or your pocketbook. So most of the people that we call leaders, we need to measure them against these 3 principles. These are principles. The first one, leaders are interested in the betterment of other people. Number 2, they are against injustice. And number 3, they always work on the behalf of humans. They help humans grow, expand, achieve greatness. This is the spirit of true leadership. Now, I want to give you what I call the 7 lessons of leadership. And I mentioned these in the last session. I want to just reiterate them. Those who are going to lead in the future are going to have these 7 attitudes. Number 1, they must understand that leaders don't wait. And this is an important statement. A leader doesn't wait for things to happen. They make things happen. Leaders don't wait for someone else to do something. They decide to do it themselves. Leaders don't pray for change. Leaders initiate change. So you can always tell a leader, when a leader is present, they act on things. They don't wait for instructions. They literally instruct. And the first person they instruct is themselves. Someone has to do something about this. That's how leaders talk. Someone has to change this. You know, when you think of people like Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was born in a country that was under apartheid for over 70 years. I mean, there were many black leaders who complained about that, but nobody decided something has to be done. Mr. Nelson Mandela, who was a lawyer, who had a good job and a good practice, decided, I'm going to surrender my private ambition for the sake of the other people. And I'm going to do something about this. He did not wait. And every other leader you think about that you are respectful of probably is the same way, including people like Sir Lyndon Pinling and Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King Jr. and Mother Teresa and Helen Keller. So many people in that category, they all have the same spirit. I'm not going to wait. Let's do something. My question is, what are you observing in your environment that you are complaining about and doing nothing about it? That means you are not a leader. You are a complainer. The second,
Hey, Brother John. Hey, you ready to get started? No, I didn't. Yes, I'm ready.
A pleasant good evening to all. This is Gem FM. And this afternoon, we're here with Raphael Paul, host of the show, The Heart of the Matter. So 30 seconds and we're live. Pablo is all yours.
Yes, Brother John, we are live.
Yes.
Are we streaming?
Yeah, we're streaming live, yes.
Okay, so good, pleasant afternoon to, first of all, to you, Brother John. I see that one of our guests is already here, my colleague from schoolboy days, Comrade Ewart Lane, Joseph Ewart Lane, or Ewart Joseph Lane, which comes first?
Actually,
it took a while before, or you'll see me showing up as George because I'm using George Vincent's laptop.
yes, okay.
Yeah.
I just had
I'm actually on the farm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually on the farm, that's where I'm at. Yes, so and pleasant afternoon to our viewers, our listeners out there. It's been a while that I haven't had I should say I am Raphael Paul, as Brother John said, Pablo. And I've been on this platform previously. I used to have not the Heart of the Matter. The Heart of the Matter is where we are right now. I used to have the Message to the Grassroots. But before that, I had what was the name of it, Brother John? Comfort Zone.
Comfort Zone.
Brother John, are you forgetting the Comfort Zone? That's where it all started. And my presence here started with Brother John reaching out to someone in the US to invite them to his Talking Point program. And they recommended me to be a panelist. I became a regular on that program, and subsequently, Brother John offered me the opportunity to do my own program. So I have been here, and here I am once again, starting a new edition, The Heart of the Matter. And it's because, well, I don't come highly qualified as Brother Ewart Lane and others. However, I'm a very opinionated person. And having, at this stage of my maturity, I would have lived through many things in this country. I would have worked with some very professional people, and I would have learned a few things. And I see it is common, very common nowadays, for you to see people doing live on Facebook and sharing all kinds of stuff. So if these people can be out there sharing some of the stuff that I see being shared, that does not subscribe to one of Brother John's philosophy, that education is liberation. It doesn't serve to educate. It doesn't serve to uplift. It doesn't serve to really seek to bring pertinent information that can contribute to a meaningful discussion relating to our development agenda and our development initiatives. And I feel this is my kind of ideal. So I think that qualifies me to be able to join the conversation too. So it is against that background that you find me doing what I am doing here. There are those who would remember me as having been the host of the NDC's Heartbeat program, which I did from June of 2018 on until January 2020. So here I am once again, as I said, and with this being, we're in the midst of our independence celebration. It is the 50th anniversary celebration of our country, where we're celebrating political independence from Britain. And one of the reasons why the theme for this evening session is independence and our constitution, because it was at independence that we received a written constitution from Britain. And there's lots of discussions taking place surrounding elements of our constitution at this juncture. We know that we have been through a process of a referendum intended to bring some amendments to our constitution. But for reasons more than one, which we're not going to go into at this juncture, it did not suffice. And recently, there's been another major issue that has come to the fore, and we are going to be touching on that topic. We have two other guests that will be joining us a little later on. Another thing too, this happens to be Black History Month. February is Black History Month in the West, in the East, in England, and so it's celebrated, I believe, in October. Yes, but out here, started in the US, and as you know, many things that started in the US because of the connection between us as people, basically of African stock, and people who, given the fact that our region went through colonialism and colonization and slavery, chattel slavery, just like Blacks in America did. So many things that happen in the US as relates to Black people. We are connected, we get connected to it. Like back in the days when you had the Black Power movement. Prior to that, you had the Civil Rights movement, you know, and all of that would have impacted on our thinking, our ideal as a Caribbean people. So here we are this afternoon to have a conversation about our political independence and our constitution. But before we get into that, I just want to share, want to bring to the table the fact that Brother John Caliste, the man who is responsible for making all of this happen, the man who has set up this GEM FM platform, where you find serious conversations taking place. And not just political and social and so, but Brother John is a man of very strong Christian faith, and he runs a variety of programs with pastors and so, bringing a spiritual element to the whole conversation. And Brother John is also a motivational advocate. Okay, you would have heard the piece that he was playing there before we started, those of you who were listening. And Brother John publishes a magazine, which many of you may not be aware of. Brother John publishes a magazine. When our Prime Minister visited Canada and they had this gala affair, Brother John would have presented him with a copy of that publication, which had our Prime Minister on the front cover. This time around, Brother John has a special publication coming in for our independence. And I'll allow Brother John to tell you a little bit more about that, because he intends to have He's going to be having an official launch and so, but I just want to give him the opportunity to allow our viewers and listeners, okay, just a tidbit about him and the magazine and that special publication. Just focus on that special publication for the independents and what can be expected. Brother John?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, a pleasant good afternoon to our listeners around the world, and in particular those in Grenada who celebrate 50 years of independence, and not passing up to say a special good afternoon to my commander here, Comrade Ewart Lane, who I always, the leader. And I thank you so much for your leadership. The Gem FM magazine, Genesis Magazine and Genesis Magazine Radio, what we try to do is to publish every quarter to publish this magazine. And this year, for the 50th anniversary, we want to publish it in the magazine with the former Prime Minister, first Prime Minister of Grenada, the Honorable Sir Eric Matthew Gary on the cover, and with various topics of interest on Gary and some of his achievements. Different writers like Raphael Paul, myself, the Consul General, the former Consul General, and many other persons who are going to be contributing to that magazine. It will be a special edition again, like we did in July for the Prime Minister. We're doing this one for the 50th anniversary of our independence, again, with the first Prime Minister, first Premier of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, Sir Eric Matthew Gary. And I thought it was fitting for us to do it this time around. And you can purchase a copy in advance, if so desires. And we make a request, or you could donate to us to keep this magazine going. It's a free magazine. So we want you to actually be able to have a copy in your hand, so you get it signed by somebody of importance, partly Gary's wife or daughter, or somebody's wife is passed, but somebody of importance to you, myself, and it's one of the hallmark of Gem FM, the mother of this radio station, the Genesis Magazine brand. So we're looking forward to a really, really good one, with good insight, with Pablo doing one of the big topics here, and myself, I did a bio on Gary from 1943 to 1987. Yeah, 1997, I think, when he passed away. So I'm doing something on that. So look out for a really good magazine this time around. Wherever you are in the world, you can get a copy. So let us know, and you can place the order and send us to genesismagazine@rogers.com. And we're trying to print at least 200 copies. That's what we're going to start printing from when we get 200 orders. So I'll keep you posted as the week go by, and I'm hoping to have it out by the 7th of February. Again, happy Independence, Comrade Lane, and Raphael Paul, back to you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dave Ned. Okay, so Pablo? I think Pablo take a little exit for a bit there.
Yeah. Yes, okay. I am back. Yeah. So, Brother John, thank you very much for that. But Brother John, in addition to that, you're doing all of this work. How is this work? How is your radio station, your operation? I hear many people are out there seeking assistance, seeking financing. Mm-hmm. Aren't you one of those persons, looking, don't you need?
Yeah, we need financial contribution too to keep the programs going.
I think this is a good opportunity for you to
for those listening right now, we like you to donate to our radio station and the Genesis Magazine brand, and you can go to our website at www.gemfm.ca and hit the donation button. Also, we have a GoFundMe. We're trying to raise at least $100,000 to upgrade and to do a lot of things here. Also, you could just e-transfer to us, genesismagazine@rogers.com, or John Callis, Callis Reach at gmail.com. Right? So either one of those methods you can use to donate. We can also send you in the coming weeks, tonight probably, have Genesis resend the GoFundMe for the radio station. So again, we thank you again, Pablo. Thank you for that. We really need the funds to keep it going. All right. There's it takes a lot to run a radio station. It's not easy. Running a complete media house. It takes a lot out of us to do.
Yes, and I thank you, Brother John. And I think you really need it. Given the job that you're doing in terms of edifying people and uplifting people, and this is what we need in this dispensation. And oftentimes we find that our media, the content coming out of our media, doesn't really lend itself to the development of the mind. And we need more of that. We need more of these kinds of conversations. Because as you know very well, I mean, a lot of the content that we get on mainstream media and on social media, leaves a lot to be desired.
Yes.
Okay, so I see our other guest has joined us. We are expecting, he did indicate that he was going to be accompanied by another member of his ICCR, the Independent Caucus for Constitutional Reform. But before we do that, we'll take a short break, Brother John, as we agreed, in recognition of our 50th anniversary of independence. And I usually refer to that song as the Independence Anthem, So, and when we come back for the next hour, we are going to have some meaningful conversations. Brother John?
There was a delay, but that's okay. There's a delay there.
Want to bring to the table.
Brother John, so
So you reach out for the door. She's that want to know all you see. Left to you, I want to see. On this life country, on this life country.
Back to you. All right.
hey,
Back to you.
Brother John.
Yes.
Well, okay, we seem to be having we've been struggling with this audio section. Like the getting this to come through to us. It's playing out there on the stream, but we've been having this distortions come through. So that is a technical glitch that's sort of. That is not going to hinder the discussion. So at this point in time, we are going to welcome Doctor, as I refer to him, Dr. Dave Ned. He calls me Dr. Paul. I'm far from that. Welcome, Brother Ned. Welcome once again to the GMFM platform where you are no stranger. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Brother Paul, and just Citizen Ned.
As I refer to him, Dr. Dave Ned. He calls me Dr. Paul. I'm far from
Kelly, how are you doing?
Welcome.
I'm doing good.
Welcome once again to the GMFM platform where you are no stranger.
Yeah, very good.
Good afternoon.
Welcome again.
To you, Brother Paul, and that's Citizen Ned.
As I refer to him, Dr. Dave Ned. He calls me Dr.
I think we get a bit of a Nekuba.
Yeah, there is a.
Kelly, how are you doing?
Welcome.
I'm doing good.
We have a technical issue.
Yes, Brother
Yeah,
John.
it should be okay now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that was coming from the stream.
From the stream, yeah.
Yeah, and the stream is on. Can you just, for our listeners and so, can you just say where we're streaming on?
Yeah. So we are streaming on YouTube, Facebook, GMFM.ca, and Liberation of the Mind, the Cali's Family Network. So we have it on all those fronts. So again, and then I think I shared to you what days ago. Share the link to a person could watch it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So share that link to persons and your side could watch it as well. Dave Ned, I don't have your link here, but you could Pablo could probably send the link over to you, and we can
yes, send the link over to me on WhatsApp so that I can share it with some people. Yeah.
So I'm sharing. Yeah.
And I see at this point in time we appear to have the other expected guests signing in. Oh yes, she has signed in already. Good afternoon to you, Miss Mitchell. Welcome once again to the GMFM platform, where you two are no stranger. Hello.
Yeah, she's muted.
Miss Mitchell, your mic is muted.
All right, she's off mic. No camera on. Okay.
Miss Mitchell,
Okay.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon to the panelists. Good afternoon to your listeners. I'm using a new device. I'm learning to maneuver
Camera.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so let's get the conversation started. Independence. And I would like to get from you gentlemen and lady as to what do you consider to be the real essence of our independence? When we say Grenada got Grenada got independence, because oftentimes it's not defined, right? What would you say is the essence of our quote-unquote independence? Seeing as Brother Lane was here first, I'll have him go first on this one.
Well, actually, I prefer others go first if you don't mind, because I was kind of a late guest.
Okay,
because I just wanted to say thank you for having me, and I wanted to say also,
yes,
I heard you, but in my view, you are well qualified to speak on any of these subjects because you have what we all know as life experience, tremendous life experience, and that counts for a lot. I do believe. That's the first point I want to make, and then begin to thank you for having me.
Okay,
I do remember, as you say, we go back from the days of Presentation Brothers College. Many decades.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That those days when he used to be eating up the trap.
I used to try. Yes.
Yes, Dr. Ned. Seeing as you were the one who was on the promotion, because it was Raphael Paul and Dave Ned. So let's get started. What would you say is the essence of our independence?
So people, thank you so much again. And I just want to say this evening a special thank you again to yourself and the GEM FM platform for allowing us this opportunity to discuss issues that are central to our development, to discuss issues that are supposed to be ventilated among the general public that affects every one of us. Independence affects everyone. It speaks to national goals, it speaks to national objectives, and it speaks to those objectives that in most instances we cannot achieve unless we are in fact united as one people, having a common destiny. For me, independence is a journey. And it is a journey, the destination of which is that we should in fact govern ourselves. So we were in fact crown colonies initially. Then we migrated, graduated to being associated states. And when we were associated states, we were only allowed to take care of our internal affairs, our internal administrative affairs. And we got to the point in 1974 where we are in fact now capable of handling our foreign affairs, external affairs, and internal affairs. And we have a document as an independence gift, more so in 1974, that clearly sets up the structures of the governance, the structures of the relationship that all the parties of government are supposed to relate to. So for me, it's a very special occasion when we decide to commemorate our independence. And I personally, this is a personal, I commemorate independence. I think it's a time for a lot of reflection, introspection, and there's supposed to be a plan for the way forward, coming out of all of what is happening. It's a time when we stop, we take stock as to what has happened along the way, and, you know, trim our sails, cut the jib, so that we can, you know, go forward on that journey. So I would want to, at this point in time, say also, happy independence to Grenada.
Okay. So we hear the term being used all the time about we being granted independence. Ms. Mitchell, if you may, can you put that in context for us? What does this mean in real terms, that Grenada was granted independence? And we heard Mr. Ned referring to that gift. We were given a gift. What, put that gift in context as it relates to the Constitution for us, please.
Thank you so much, Pablo, for the opportunity to be here. Let me see if I can turn my camera on if it's working now. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Mr. Ned mentioned the gift. Moving out from associated statehood, I think that as citizens, we should appreciate that we are now given the opportunity to govern ourselves, make our own decisions. And within the context of the Constitution, given some of the public pronouncements that are made that we were granted independence, I think, I mean, I was not born during that era, but based on the feedback and the facts and information that was handed down to us, I don't like the use of that term. We had citizens who went to the UK, formal interactions and feedback from them, and they were able to negotiate the terms and conditions upon which we were given independence. From them, we were told that there were intentions to have discussions with the masses in regards to the contents of the Grenada Constitution. And that may have happened in certain context, but not wide enough for citizens to be able to grasp and to be familiar with the contents of the Constitution, which contains the rules which governs our democratic processes. So I know for me as a younger citizen, I do appreciate it. And yes, I agree that there are some of the provisions that have to be amended, but I stand firm that any amendment must come from the people to whom this Constitution belongs to.
Okay. Are you okay to come in now, Mr. Lin? Comrade Lin, your mic is muted. Your mic is muted. Your mic is muted. No, we're not hearing you. Your mic is still muted.
Yeah, I'm putting it right. Sorry.
Yes, good.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In let me just say, from after the end of the First World War, and certainly between the First and the Second World War, the British Empire started to disintegrate. Yeah, and it was really a reality that all of these colonies, you know, at one time, it used to be said that the sun never sets on the British Empire, but the sun started to set on it. And a whole number of countries in Africa, when it started before in South Africa, but India and Pakistan in 1947-48, two major countries in Asia, there were other countries in Asia, started to get independence. There were a lot of unrest in the Caribbean from after the 1930s, in particular when our Black people who fought for the motherland in the First World War returned. They had experiences that they wanted to change. So by 1938, you had industrial unrest in Trinidad, Jamaica, Barbados. You had a lot of issues. And Britain in the 1930s, early 1940s, established a commission to look at what will happen in the Caribbean, described as the Moyne Commission. And the report of that commission is an important document in Caribbean history. Basically, coming out of that, the recommendation was that these countries should be, Britain, to use a term, should shed itself of these countries But there were some positives. The granting of adult suffrage for all the islands. And that really set the platform for the political development after. Britain and some of the elite in the Caribbean, their preference was for a federation, right? And in fact, as you know, that experiment kind of galvanized between 1958, but by 1961, due to internal problems and issues and so, it fell apart. Once it fell apart, Jamaica, Trinidad, they became independent. The small islands were left on their own, so Britain had to decide what they will do with them. 1967, another important year, the West Indian Act was passed. We became associated states as a first step towards independence. But what the West Indian Act provided for is it provided an avenue or a formula for these islands, these other islands to become independent. By that time, Guyana, Barbados, 1966, 1967, the West Indian Act, recognizing that federation can't work, institutions were put in for us to share as these small islands included the Eastern Caribbean Code that we now have. That was one of the institutions that Britain put in place in 1967 to provide for the governance of these islands in the new dispensation, meaning post-colonial dispensation. 1967 Act, Section 10 of the Act, provides two routes for independence. Route number one, an act of the local parliament, which then had to be submitted to a referendum of the people. With a 2/3 majority support, approving it, you get independence. So that would have been the way, one way that Grenada could have obtained independence. By an act of the people, 2/3 majority approving it, an act of the parliament, sorry, 2/3 majority approving that act, and that would provide for independence. Of course, it's an act to terminate the relationship with Britain. Exactly how the Constitution would have worked out if we took that route is a matter for conjecture, but I think our people would have had much more involvement in it because they would have been called upon to vote for something that would have had they had to be governed by thereafter. The second route was by an order in council, which is an executive act of the British government. An executive act of the British government granted independence. And I use the term because I think that's the reality. So it's an executive act of the British government. The British Parliament had to approve it. The executive act was passed. And that is the way which we got independence. Yes, there was some discussion. There was a Marlborough Conference in May 1973, where the opposition party, the governing party, they were involved in the discussion regarding the terms of the independence constitution. But the constitution, the reality of it, the constitution was drafted by English lawyers. That's the reality of it. And you will recognize that there's a similarity between, yes, there are differences, important differences, but there's a similarity between the Jamaica Constitution, the Trinidad Constitution, the Barbados Constitution, the Guyana Constitution, 1966, the Grenada Constitution, the Bahamian Constitution, and even those that came after. They are all described as the Westminster Model Constitution, and they comprise certain commonalities among them, right? So that's the reality of how we got the independence. The Constitution was drafted by English draftmen. Yes, there was some input in with regard to some of the quote-unquote safeguards in the Constitution because of the realities of the circumstances. So, for example, the Jamaica Constitution has a provision for a referendum in certain narrow circumstances. The Trinidad Constitution has no such provision, right? The Grenada Constitution deep provisions, and this is the first time the concept of a 2/3 majority of a quote-unquote independent state to change provisions in the Constitution was actually brought into the Caribbean. It was through the Grenada Constitution that was written into our Constitution as one of the terms for change a number of provisions. Some of the provisions, it clearly shows that we have the extent to which we have outlived that Constitution is clear in some of the provisions. So, for example, Section 105 of the Constitution speaks about the courts, and the court is styled as the Supreme Court of Grenada and the West Indies Associated States. Yeah, the thinking is that to change it to the modern form, because there's no longer any West Indies Associated States, but the thinking is that to change it to the modern name of the court, which is the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, you have to go to a referendum for that, yeah? So there are these difficulties that we can always discuss and things so after, but I just want to point out that that is the genesis, and that is how we got independence.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, interestingly, our independence, our commemoration of independence is mostly, usually, and always mostly focused, not usually, always. Because when you go out there in the community, you hear the reaction from the people, you hear the comments from the people. And it has to do mostly with beautification, the extent of the beautification. This place hasn't been beautified. This place is painted up. There's no buntings and so on and so forth. And that has been, and then we have the song and the dance and so on. But these elements of conversation about our independence is very lacking. Now, coming out of, we're speaking about the political process. You just laid out the political process that took place, and you spoke about the possibility of the federation. Well, we know the famous saying from Trinidad when Jamaica pulled out 1 from 10 leave 0, and that was the end of Mauritius's dream per se. But I guess there would be those who would say that had the federation lived, some of the issues that we now face in CARICOM and so on could have been addressed through that mechanism, because although the federation fell, we still recognized that it was necessary for us as a region to have some kind of institutional collectivity, yes, that it was necessary for us to go that road. Speaking of the political element, and coming out of conversations that I've had with Dr. Ned, we spoke about the genesis of political parties. And I know that the members of the ICCR are very passionate. And I see a bit of a smile on the face of Ms. Mitchell, are very passionate, you know, about that element of things, the role of political parties in our political construct. Because there is no doubt about it, that based on the way politics operates in this country, political parties have a great influence and are very instrumental in the outcomes of general elections, even though it is not enshrined in the Constitution. Dr. Ned, the table is yours. Tell us, what at the attainment of independence, because political parties came before we got the gift, as you refer to it. In that case, given the concerns that you have about political parties, what should have happened with the receipt of the gift? and our attainment of independence as it relates to political parties, given the fact that it's not enshrined in the Constitution? And before we get to that, the first question I want you to answer, yes, are political parties unconstitutional?
Okay, let me answer that question. Are political parties unconstitutional? Political parties are, in fact, unconstitutional. There's no provision in the 1974 Grenada Constitution for political parties. And we have to take that in the context that political parties were in existence prior to 1974. So going into the negotiations for the Constitution, there was an awareness that there were political parties. But coming out of those negotiations, political parties, political leaders were not recognized in the Grenada Constitution. So you have a situation where Section 32 directs who you're supposed to vote for when you go to elect in general elections. And Section 32 says that you must directly elect your representative. Your representative. There's no recognition of a political party. So prior to 1974, there were political parties and there were political parties on the table. But the 1974 Constitution envisages a different mechanism for people going to vote in elections. And I think that we may have missed it, that the whole concept of leaders, because we had a lot of leaders coming into from 1951, there were always leaders, somebody led. What the 1974 Constitution is saying that we are now speaking about representation. Our new trust to independence is going to be about a representative democracy. And there must be a relationship, a direct relationship between yourself, the constituent, and his representative.
So prior to the coming of independence, we didn't have representatives?
The representatives, from as early as 1951, Eric Matugeri led, and you've always heard him being referred to as a leader.
I remember the song. I remember the song. I lived through that period. So I remember the song. We will never let our leader fall.
We never let our leader fall.
Because we love him the best.
That is what it was. He was a leader. I don't think that it is that the framers of the Constitution left out anything, or that they made a mistake when
just a minute. Essentially, my question here is, given the fact that we were having general elections prior to independence, right? Didn't we have representatives? Weren't we electing representatives? What's the difference?
The Constitution in 1974 specifies that our representatives are supposed to be directly elected. Now,
okay,
there's a difference.
And this is what I want to clarify, because remember, our Constitution is a document, right? And I've sat in a couple of your sessions, and one of the things that's being lamented, I heard members lamenting it. Oh, this is supposed to have been taught in schools. Well, a lot of things that we were supposed to have done, we haven't done. And essentially that has resulted in the vast majority of we people don't have a clue what's in the Constitution. So you're speaking to the unedified general. So think of it in that way. What was the essential difference between representatives then and representatives according to the constitutional mandate?
Okay, so in our present construct, we have political parties. A political party has a constitution. The members of that political party who are potential candidates for the 15 constituencies that we have all swear and take an oath to honor the constitution of the political party.
Well, Mr. Ned, before you go on, right, I must say that you said in our present construct, that construct of political parties, as you rightfully admitted previously, existed before independence. Okay? It existed before independence. So that political construct parties existed before independence.
Yes.
Okay.
And
we were elected representatives. So I
were
really
elected representatives.
I want
However,
and listeners to understand and to appreciate how the elected representatives of the pre-independence period would have differed from the elected representatives according to what the construct of the Constitution is supposed to really mandate.
Sections 29 of the Constitution speaks to the House of Representatives, and that is what we elect in this Constitution. We are electing representatives. There's no political party.
We didn't have a House of Representatives before independence.
There was a House of Representatives, but the construct was different.
And that's what I wanted to explain. How did the construct differ?
Section 29 says that the House of Representatives shall consist of such numbers of members as corresponds with the number of constituencies for the time being established in Grenada under sections 56 of this Constitution. So section 56 directs how the constituency boundaries are supposed to be established and how many constituencies we have, and we have 50, okay? And it says, who shall be elected, and that's a directive now, who shall be elected in accordance with the provisions of sections 32 of this Constitution. So section 32 describes how your elected official, your representative, is to be elected. Now, if you go to sections 32 says, each of the constituencies into which Grenada is divided, and we have established we have 15 constituencies, in accordance with the provisions of sections 56 of this Constitution, and there's an important word coming up, shall return one member to the House of Representatives who may be directly elected in such manner as may, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, be prescribed by or under any law. There are a number of things that are important here. They shall return, the constituency shall return a member. What does that mean? Our interpretation, and I think that we have looked at this for a little, a considered length of time now, is that the Constitution is saying to the constituency, and this is a directive to the constituency, that they should send one of their members, a member of the constituency. Now, what defines who a member is of a particular constituency? It means because we have constituency boundaries, that member must be a part of that constituency. And the constituency is going to return that member. But there's another directive. They have to directly elect him. And he must be elected in such manner as provided by the Constitution. So in our democracies, we have what is called direct democracy. We have what is called indirect democracy. Indirect democracy, we elect representatives, and those representatives make decisions on our behalf. I think that the instructions coming from Section 32 says that there is to be a direct relationship between the voter and his representative. So when the representative goes to the parliament, the views that he are reflected is the views of the constituency. The representative does not carry any other view but the aspirations, the desires, the wishes of his constituents. And that is what makes Section 32 different. So Section 32 does not support the role of a political party when what you have debated in Parliament is a political partisan agenda. And all the members take a vote, irrespective of the wishes of the constituents. The political parties take a vote based on their own political agenda. I don't think it's by an accident. Unions, trade unions were provided for in our constitution. We know the history of Grenada with respect to trade unions. Associations, you have the freedom of association. Those were provided for. That was provided for in the Constitution, specific provisions. So I don't think it's by an accident that the political party was left out. Simply put, there is no role for it in this Constitution. In this present construct of the 1974 Constitution, there is absolutely no role for a political party.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Mitchell, I see you have your hand up, but I was definitely coming to you because after hearing from Mr. Ned, I know that I have to come to you to expound a little more on that because I know that the both of you were on Paul Roberts' program recently, and I did hear at the end of the program, Paul was commending you for your clarity of presentation and stuff like that. So can you expound on this a little more? How does because I am still not clear as to what transpired before independence in terms of representation, in terms of election of representatives to the House, how it differs from what transpires now, because we still have political parties, we're still going through the same process and so on. How does it differ? And if you may, given that political parties are not enshrined in the Constitution, the Constitution doesn't, to use Mr. Ned's term, doesn't recognize political parties. What was supposed to have happened to political parties thereafter on the attainment of independence?
I don't think this is just Mr. Ned's view. I think across the board, even many of our fellow citizens who are learned in law, and even some of our parliamentarians, present and past, have publicly stated that our Constitution does not recognize parties. But I think
just hold, pull up, please.
Mm-hmm.
Pull up, please. No, I am not questioning the letter of the Constitution, right? Because your response gives the impression that I am questioning the letter of the Constitution. I am not questioning the letter of the Constitution. I recognize that political parties are not mentioned in the Constitution. So that is a given, okay? My point is that within our political environment, prior to independence, we had political parties participating in the whole process of electing representatives to the House of Parliament. How does that period differ from what transpires now in terms of political parties having people elected to the House of Parliament?
I think you're answering the question. There is historical context to the existence of political parties in a political sphere. What is different now is that the Constitution allows for the people, the ordinary man and woman, to elect a representative to the House, or one of the members from the constituency to the House of Representatives, which did not exist prior to.
Isn't that what was happening within the construct of political parties prior to elections?
Oh, no, I think there was a large emphasis on the party, the partisan organization prior to the independence, and that has transitioned over post-independence. You mentioned it. I think what has happened over the years is that there are a number of citizens, way too many of us, who are not familiar with the provisions of the Constitution.
Okay, so with that being said, what was supposed to have happened to political parties post-independence, given that it's not enshrined in the Constitution?
Well, the whole concept of leadership.
We are playing for time here, and so I want to cut to the chase.
No, that's okay. The whole concept of leadership, pre-independence and post-independence, I think when we were handed that document, we should have transitioned from that era of leadership to an era of representatives, where we send a member of our constituency to the House of Parliament to represent our needs.
What should have happened to political parties and leaders? What should have happened? What was supposed to happen?
That they no longer exist. Because I think, if we are to be realistic, the whole issue of partisanship is an elephant in the room that has not been addressed. And of course, we understand the historical context of political organizations. But since we are given the gift, the contract, then it allows us, the ordinary man, to get involved in the governance process. And if you notice over the years from 1974, we are a few days away from observing 50 years of independence. I think there is a general perception that our responsibility as citizens end when we walk out of the voting booth. And that is not what the Constitution conceptualized, that we are going to be part of the governance process, something that did not exist prior to 1974.
We were not part of the governance process. And
well,
we were voting in elections and sending representatives to the House of Parliament.
Yes, and the mentality of just casting a ballot and leaving it up to a leader still exists, even in 2024.
So essentially, you are saying, because I want the public to get this, essentially, according to the philosophy of the ICCR, political parties were supposed to cease to exist with the establishment of our Constitution.
Yes, and we send, according to Section 32 of the Constitution, a representative, another member of our constituency, to the House.
Okay. Celine, what is your take on this interpretation? Because I know we were going to have this conversation here, I did a bit of research, and I found that even the US Constitution does not recognize political parties. But we see how the role that political parties play in the whole, in the politics of the United States of America. Speak to me. Time is running out.
Okay, let me just say firstly that it is not everything that is even fundamental to our process, political, legal, constitutional process, that you'll find in the Constitution. Yeah? And even the highest courts have recognized that. So let me give an example. You do a search, you will not find the word separation of powers in the Constitution. You will not find that. Yet for all, it is accepted that that is a foundation principle of Westminster type constitution of all the constitutions in the Caribbean. One of the first big constitutional law cases coming out of the Caribbean following independence. A case out of Jamaica, Hines versus the Queen, laid that down. Although you would not find it in the Constitution, they said the Constitution is built upon that foundation. And I think it is the same thing with political parties. For example, even the trade unions is specifically mentioned in the Constitution for a particular reason. Two reasons. One, that Gary himself was a trade unionist and he came out of that tradition. That's point one. But even more than that, there was a time when trade unions were viewed in England as illegal organizations. They were criminalized because it was said that they were associations to interfere with the business of private people. So, secondly, the Constitution, and again that point is made in some of the cases from the Privy Council, now the Caribbean Court of Justice also. The Constitution did not arise in a vacuum. GOLP was established in Grenada in 1951, the GMP in 1954. At the time of independence, in the 1972 election, Eric Gary Party won 13 seats in the elections. The GMP won 2 seats. One person crossed the floor later to give Gary 14-1. So, leading up to independence, our political parties were part of the if you want to say, the democratic foundations of our society. I know we press for time, so I want to go further now, unless you want me to.
Yes, I'll take that. I'll take that for now because I want to get to another element, which has created quite a buzz in recent times. Because we see, because I really wanted to speak to that because I had participated in conversations, with the ICCR, and that was something that was not really clear to me coming out of the conversation as to the status of political parties within our political construct. Granted that, yes, the Constitution makes no mention of it, and that was repeated to me several times. But I wanted clarity because there are people out there who's less edified than I am. The vast majority of our people have never perused our Constitution. And if we are going to bring people on board, if we are going to be seeking constitutional reform, then we have to do whatever it is that is necessary to lift the awareness, to raise the awareness of people so that they can have an appreciation of what is enshrined in the Constitution and what it really means in real terms. And I know, given where we are in terms of political parties and the function within our political framework, and we see that in other countries, they too do not have enshrined in the Constitution political parties, but political parties do play a significant role in the political life of the country, okay, and in the outcomes and everything to do with the development agenda of the country. So I wanted to clarify that because we need to have these conversations so that people can be clear, you know, and I think based on what came from the ICCR here and what came from you, Mr. Lane, this is something that needs some discussion going forward. Yes, this is something that needs some more serious discussions going forward so that people can get an appreciation of the real essence of our politics. Yes, the real essence of our politics and the role or lack of it, right? Because we heard it said here that political parties should have been done away with. How do we get to that point of doing away with political parties? Brother Ned, what steps would have to be taken to bring about, to fulfill that element of our constitution in doing away with political parties?
We have become cultured and have accepted a role for the political party. We have not defined the role as a people. We have not defined the role clearly, nor can we support any of the actions of the political party by provisions in our constitution. So, Brother Lane was referring to the separation of powers and that it's not in the constitution. But what is in the constitution is that we have a legislature that is separate, that is defined in the constitution as His Majesty, the Senate, and the lower house. So that's defined in the constitution. And it's separate and it's distinct from the executive. That is, again, defined in sections 57 of the Constitution. The duties ascribed to the executive are all provided, are all provisions, are all prescribed in the sections that follow. So the Prime Minister has certain duties. The Governor General has certain duties as head of the executive, but those duties are all prescribed. And then you have the judiciary. The judiciary comes on a separate section. And the duties for the judiciary are all prescribed in the Constitution. So it does not say separation of powers. And I agree, that's not mentioned anyway. But the context, the foundation is built on separate sections, and they are enforced separately. So for instance, Chapter 1 of the Constitution deals with fundamental rights and freedoms. The enforcement of fundamental rights and freedoms are separate and distinct. When you deal with the executive operations, the requirements, separate and distinct. So the Constitution does not say separation of powers, but every single provision, every single organ of government is given separate and distinct authority. So we have to look at what is happening and the role that the parties play. There's no naive. We have all heard the rumors going around about issues with regards to color, or national colors, and the way people feel that some political party is benefiting more from the independence celebrations. Our Constitution directs that Grenada is supposed to be separated for one particular purpose, on one single occasion, and it is for the election of members to the House of Representatives. And for that, there are constituency boundaries, and you have 15 constituencies. After the elections, there's no separation anymore. Constituency boundaries are supposed to move aside, and you know, go back to your ordinary living as communities. You are not supposed to know how Brother Lane voted, because your vote is supposed to be secret. So there's supposed to be no animosity. You don't know how I voted. Cassandra don't know how Brother Lane voted. Nobody's supposed to know, because the voting process is a secret one. So there's supposed to be no animosity, because when I come from my house, when I come from the polling booth, you don't know who I voted for. I'm not supposed to be wearing a political party jersey, because the concept of our democracy is built upon the secrecy of a vote. Whereas the political party verbalizes who, it announces, it advertises who you others would think you go to vote for. The concept of wearing a jersey, the concept of wearing a band, you are being branded. Constitution doesn't provide for that. So we have to look at the effect the political party is now having on our democracy. And we have to take it in the context that over the last 50 years of our existence, that this is what we have become accustomed to. But sometimes what you're accustomed to is not good for you. So we have to bite that bitter pill. Because we all see what happens in our parliament, you know. Nobody misses it. When the Speaker of the House says the ayes have it, the ayes have it. There's no debate. All members of the political party vote the same way. How can all the 15 constituency representatives feel the same way on any particular issue? Constituency Y must have some other, you know, there must be some sort of difference. But you have that uniformity of vote. And that does not augur for development, because the political party keeps us divided even after the election process is finished. We are divided. And Grenada will never develop if we remain divided politically. There will always be one hand pulling this way and one hand pulling the other way, simply because it would benefit the political party.
I do appreciate the point that is being made about the negative impact that partisan politics is having on our people and country. I do appreciate that. And the whole issue of everyone, no dissenting voices on a matter once it has been presented by one side, there's no dissenting voices from within that camp. And this has become the nature of our politics. Well, this has been the nature, and it didn't start with independence.
But Brother Paul, these are the conversations that we must be having now. What is good for us? What is not good for us?
And that's why
how are we going to address it?
Yeah, that's why we're having these conversations now. And that is the reason why I'm asking the kind of questions that I'm asking, so that we can get specific responses. And it is interesting that while Ms. Mitchell is adamant that political parties should have been done away with on the coming of independence and the insertion of our constitution, you are saying that there is a role for political parties, your words.
No,
okay?
I'm saying that we have to examine the role that the political parties play.
You said there is a role. You said while there is a role for political parties, this is what the situation is. Okay?
That is not the position that I brought over. If I conveyed that at any time,
maybe I misconstrued. So you too,
yeah, I can't say, but clearly
you are saying that political parties should have been done away with.
I am saying that in the context of the Grenada Constitution, there is no role. There is no defined role for a political party. If anybody can show me a section in the Constitution.
Yes, I know. And Mr. Ned and Ms. Mitchell, I am not disputing the letter of the Constitution.
Okay.
My question is, given what you are saying, given the position that you hold, right? what then is the role, well, not the role, what then should have happened to political parties on the attainment of independence and the receipt of a constitution? Now, Ms. Mitchell said it clearly. That should have been done away with. And I asked the question, but you didn't really answer it. You went into the negative impacts that having, which we cannot dispute. But my question is, how do we go about getting to that point where political parties become a thing of the past if it's unconstitutional?
Okay. So
what's the process for that?
All our officials, okay, including the supervisor of elections, who is established in Section 35 of the Constitution, swear to honor and uphold the Constitution. Okay? Now we agree on that. They all take an oath of office. The oath of office says, I shall respect, uphold, preserve the Grenada Constitution. That is the oath that they take. Now, the supervisor of election, I can't understand how the supervisor of election can then make a decision with respect to a party symbol and include that in the electoral process when there is no instruction to do so in the Constitution. On what authority is he doing that? And he is in charge of the registration process. He's in charge of the registration process for the voters. He's in charge of the voting process on voting day. Where in those instructions can he say that somewhere gives him the authority to deal with party colors and to deal with party representatives?
On a point of clarification, did we have a supervisor of election prior to independence?
That's an interesting question. I can't say so. But there would have been somebody supervising the electoral process. I can't say.
So is the supervisor, because, well, it's a pity that you can't, because my next question would have been, what the supervisor of election doing now, how does it differ from what the supervisor of election would have done previously? And if
it has to differ now, simply because we now have a constitution. In 1967, between 1962 and 67, we did not have a constitution. We had an act, a statehood act, that spelled out the role of the supervisor. The role of the supervisor is now being defined in the Grenada Constitution. And he has taken an oath, not me, so it matters not what I say. He has taken the oath to honor, to protect, to preserve, etc. So if the Constitution does not give him that authority, how is he preserving the sanctity of the Constitution?
Okay, well, I got you, and I get the point that you're making. I guess that's another issue. And you see, given the fact that political parties have been from the inception, because we're going back to so Eric, well, before Sir Eric, we're going back to Eric Matthew Gary, because he became Sir afterwards. Yeah, he became Sir along the way. So we're going back to Eric Matthew Gary coming in and taking up taking on the plantocracy and the colonial masters on the behalf of the estate workers and so on. Yeah, because I mean, I got the stories. There's people tell you about the atrocious conditions under which they worked on the estates and so, and they were not in a position to make, to put up a fight for themselves. And it was Gary who came and did that fight, and that's why the leader became so essential to them. And we see that has carried on in our political construct. So getting out of that is going to take a lot of conversation. And I don't know when we'll get to that understanding and that, you know, people embracing that concept, but we need to talk about it. And I'm certain that those who may be viewing or listening now are hearing for the first time that political parties were supposed to be done away with on the attainment of independence and the receipt of our constitution. Okay. But speaking of the swearing of that oath, this has been a major element of conversation recently, given the fact that Dr. Francis Alexis, who is considered to be one of the foremost authorities on constitution, okay, he recently suggested or recommended that there's an element of our constitution, the swearing of the oath to the British Crown, can be done away with without us having a referendum. And Ms. Mitchell, do you want to lead off on this one? What's your take on this? And what does the Constitution have to say about that?
Well, one of the first questions that I asked in regards to Schedule 3, which Dr. Alexis is indicating is not entrenched, and I continue to ask it, what is the relationship between Section 111 of the Constitution and Schedule 3 that Dr. Francis is referring to? And the answer is clear. When you look at Schedule 1 of the Constitution, which outlines the provisions within the Constitution that are entrenched, Section 111 is. And that is the relationship. Section 111 encompasses the forms of oath. And from where we sit, therefore cannot be amended unless it is brought to the people. And I continue to ask the question publicly and to other attorneys at law. And to date, not one of them have answered me. When I refer them, Section 111 of the Constitution is the interpretation clause. If you change the definition of a word in the Constitution, aren't you also changing the substance of the Constitution? If you change the oath, you also will be violating other entrenched provisions. Section 45, Section 83, which speaks to the Public Service Commission, the Supervisor of Election, Mr. Ned Biferti. These two public offices are entrenched. There's no doubt about it. So we do not agree that you can, by a mere act of parliament or based on certain utterances made by attorneys at law, an SRO or a cabinet conclusion, change the oath of allegiance unless it is brought to the people. And this interpretation is tied in again to all the historical context of the Constitution, giving the people of Grenada the power, the supreme authority, the final authority when it comes to how we are governed. If you want to amend the Constitution, you have to bring it to the people. And one of the things that bothers me about this proposed amendment, there is an argument that there are a number of Grenadians who do not want to be under the monarchy. They do not in 2024 want to swear allegiance to a king. I haven't seen any data to support that assumption, but anyhow, if that be the case, then just bring the proposed amendments, let the people decide. Because if a majority of the people of Grenada, according to some, do not want to swear to a king, then let the people change the context of the Constitution. Why is there seemingly an attempt to find a back door to amend the Constitution? And I've asked these questions, and today, no one has responded. But it is clear if you look at the schedule, similar to Schedule 2, which has a relationship to Section 56 of the Constitution, which must be amended through a referendum. Schedule 3 of the Constitution has a relationship to Section 111, which is interrelated to Schedule 1. bullet 7, I think, that cannot be amended unless it is brought to the people. And it is not me saying it, it is in black and white in the Grenada Constitution.
I see you smiling, Mr. Ned. Before I go to Brother Lane, do you want to chime in on this one?
Well, I think that as usual, Cassandra has been really clear in what she's putting forward. Interestingly, you had made a statement earlier on, and that had to do with the executive order that in fact establishes the Grenada Constitution. There's a schedule 2 to the order. And in Schedule 2 to that order that establishes, that he spoke about, subsection 5, there's an interpretation schedule. And the interpretation schedule speaks to the provisions of sections 111 again, that Cassandra just referred to. And it says, the provisions of section 111 of the Constitution shall apply for the purposes of interpreting this schedule, and otherwise in relations thereto as they apply for the purposes of interpreting and in relations to the Constitution. Subsection 2 goes on to say that in this schedule, the Constitution means the Constitution as set out in Schedule 1 to the order. Right? So we have to be very careful when we start these cherry picking of the Grenada Constitution, and I want to call it that. If we start to cherry pick, the Constitution is a function. It's an interrelated, interconnected document. Everything is related, and if you start to cherry pick, then you start having problems. So clearly, we cannot say that we just want to remove the oath. We have to ask the question: what is the oath? Who is the oath supposed to be taken to? Those are very important questions. And in the context that we are now discussing, the oath of allegiance, and I want to repeat it, the oath of allegiance suggests to me that we are in fact swearing to an ally, somebody who we think of as a friend. Okay? So all the parties to the Grenada Constitution are defined, and they are all entrenched provisions. So sections 19 establishes the office of the Governor General, that's entrenched. Section 57 establishes the offices of the executive, that again is entrenched. Section 21, entrenched provisions. So you cannot change the oath that swears to that hierarchy without affecting who your ally really is. Because you're taking the oath to an ally. His Majesty, because of the position that they had, is the ally, and that's defined in the Constitution. It places His Majesty as head of the Parliament. It places His Majesty as head of the executive. So that is who you're swearing to, the head. He's the chief honcho. And interestingly, if we don't like it, we go to a referendum and we change it in the morning. Why do we want to go through the back door? Because those are things that can be changed. But the Constitution gives the people of Grenada the authority to do so. It does not give a KC.
And if I may, Pablo, if you allow me a couple seconds. The sections of the Constitution that are not protected by a referendum, when you read it, and I sat down and I put pen to paper when I saw the statement from Dr. Alexis, the sections that are exempted from a referendum, it states clearly that Parliament has the authority to so amend or make decisions relating to those exempted sections. And I think it's important to emphasize that because Parliament is a space where the people's business is discussed. So I am concerned, alarmed even, that there are no references in the Constitution to exempting the oath of allegiance, because the Constitution is explicit. And I know this is an argument that my learned colleagues tend to have. They say, where it is silent, then you can make decisions. But no, every public office, every selected or elected official, their actions, decisions that they take are subject to the provisions of the Constitution. And where the Constitution exempts a constitutional provision, it states clearly, no ambiguity, and I searched, that Parliament has the authority. And there is no reference to the oath of allegiance being amended by Parliament. Because if you look under Schedule 1, Bullet 7, which speaks to the entrenched provision of Section 111, it says, and I want to read, let me just grab my Constitution, and we are speaking about the oath of allegiance, because I don't want to misquote it. So, and Dr. Alexis referenced it, the Section 39.5. So Schedule 1 to the Constitution, Part 1, provisions of the Constitution referred to in Section 39.5, the section which Dr. Alexis is saying gives him the authority to suggest that the oath of allegiance can be amended. So if you go down to Bullet 7, it says Section 111 in its application to any of the provisions mentioned in the foregoing items of this schedule or Schedule 2. So I continue to ask, if you look at it right here, Schedule 3, which is the schedule in question here, there is a relationship to Section 111, which is entrenched in Schedule 1. Similarly, Schedule 2 to the Constitution has a direct relationship to Section 56, which speaks to the rules relating to constituencies and other issues governing the electoral process. So no, we don't agree that the oath of allegiance can be amended by a mayor, SRO, or a cabinet conclusion. And that was said to me by an attorney at law that they have decided, and it is agreed upon that the oath of allegiance can be changed by a simple SRO, a cabinet conclusion, or regulations. And I asked him the question, who is they, and where did they get the authority to amend the Constitution without coming to the people? And the response was, well, why do we have to come to the people? No, you guys just want to feel good? No. The Constitution is a contract, and I think that is agreed across the board by politicians, people who understand constitutions, between those who are governed and those who govern. And simple law 101 tells you that you cannot change a contract without the consent and approval of all parties. And as citizens, we are parties to this constitution, to this document.
Got you. Well, I'm here to facilitate the conversation, and to make sure that everything gets ventilated. But one thing I have to take up with Mr. Ned. Mr. Ned, I could never agree with you that we swear allegiance, the swearing, taking this oath to the crown is about whatever to a friend, as you say. The British has never been our friend, as far as I am concerned. The British have been our rulers, essentially. And to be swearing an oath of allegiance, I mean saying whether the oath could be changed or whether it shouldn't be changed, this is not what I'm saying. I am saying that in swearing this oath to Her Majesty, to His Majesty, heirs and successors, are you kidding me? Are you swearing an oath to a friend? Give me a break. Anyway, Mr. Mention has been made by the two other guests about you know, the perception of various attorneys and so. As an attorney, what's your take on this issue, Mr. Lane? Your mic is muted.
On a point of clarification, I am not an attorney, right?
Okay.
I consider myself to be a lawyer.
Right, you're a lawyer. Right. Yes,
right?
I got you.
I have traded in various areas of law, and I think I'm therefore competent to speak on those issues.
Speak on those. Got you. All right.
I agree with Cassandra and Dave on a number of issues, but I'm going to start with one. They both said if the people of Grenada want to change the oath or whatever provision in the Constitution, then let them do so. I fully agree that any fundamental change in the Constitution, the people should be involved. I 100% agree with that. Here is the problem. The ally that drafted the Constitution says to us, if you want to change this document, 2/3 of you must agree to change it. In other words, not a simple majority, 2/3 of you voted in a referendum have to agree to change it. When Britain wanted to withdraw from the EU, 50% plus 1 was sufficient. But they have said to us, at least it appears so on the surface. I think there are other arguments, but it appears so on the surface that they are saying to us, listen, a majority of you is not, that's not sufficient. It must be a 2/3 majority. The reason for that, we could go into that some other time. But I agree with the proposition.
That's what rulers do.
Huh?
That's what rulers do.
Right.
One for me and a different one for you.
Right. I agree with the proposition that a majority of the Grenadian people, and I will never support any fundamental change to our Constitution without the people being involved. A majority of the people. I mean, you know my history, right? But there is a case coming out of the whole Grenada context when it had to be decided basically whether the PRG had achieved what is referred to as de jure status so that a new legal system was set up. Yeah? And Ghanai's president of the court, J.O.F. Haynes, made a point that has really stuck with me, and I totally agree with it. He said, listen, I can't rule on this because there is no evidence before me to say whether the revolution had achieved the extent of popularity and voluntary acceptance of the system so that jurisprudentially you could say that a new legal order came into being. Yeah? That was the first point he made. Then he went on to say, he said the evidence is not clear. The best way to have tested that would have been free, fair, open consultation with the people and let them vote on it. And to me, that was a profound statement. And in terms of our Caribbean jurisprudence and legality and all those things, so to me, it is one of the most profound statements that was made. So I just want to make that first point, right? Secondly, on the thing about the parties, I think I recognize from what both Dave and Cassandra said, in particular Dave, that there is a disease. But I think the cure that is being prescribed is a wrong one. Because when you look at the provisions of the Constitution, freedom of association, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, I don't think you could say in that context that they don't allow for political organizations and political parties. And in particular, you put it in the context of our history, with parties from 1951, Jamaica, Trinidad, all the countries had this two-party system. We got it from Britain also, this two-party system. In the US, we have this two-party system. It is almost seen as a foundation of democracy, right? I mean, that democratic system. However, on the other hand, the point that they're making is really correct. We have this color thing. So basically, like we divided it into two. But I don't think that the
prescription
solution, the prescription, I don't think is getting rid of parties. I think it is strengthening the kind of work people as Dave, people as Cassandra, people as yourself, to build a serious civil society where you have independent-minded people, right? A lot of independent-minded people voluntarily giving up themselves, expressing their views, sometimes more than voluntary. They may want to establish these organizations as non-party, non-governmental organizations that could take play a serious role and play a serious part in the conversation and in the governance. I think that is where the solution lies in terms of building up this alternative. And the work that these folks are doing, people may not agree with them. I disagree with a lot of things that they are saying, but it's very important that they say it and they express it, in my view, right? I just want to make this point, again, just to make the point I made earlier that you won't find everything in the Constitution. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave and Cassandra. Do you find the term secret ballot in the Constitution? I think I
think the point that they made is that while it doesn't say so, by inflection,
No, secret ballot. I'm not talking about the legislature, this executive, and so on and so forth. I'm talking about secret ballot. You won't find that in the Constitution, but nobody will.
Section 32
talks of secret ballot.
Sections 32, subsections 3.
What it says?
It says, in any elections of the members of the House of Representatives, the votes shall be given by ballot in such manner as not to disclose how any person votes.
Okay, so secret ballot. I take your point then. Okay, I take it. Right? I take the point on that. So let me move to the next point. The oath. What's my view on the oath? First of all, I didn't think it was a big issue, but as the debate develops, I agree and accept that it is something important. But I just want to point out a few things. Section 111, I think it is too broad a statement. And I must make the point, I have only come to that view in recent days. I think it is too broad a statement to say that the oath is incorporated under Schedule 1. I think what Schedule 1 says, is that Section 111 in its application to other entrenched provisions, not the examples, but that's what it means, is also entrenched. Yeah? It doesn't say, it says Section 111. It doesn't say the oath. Now, why do I say that? Because there's a general principle in terms of interpreting legal documents that specific provisions trump general provisions. Yeah? So Section 1, Schedule 1 doesn't say that. It doesn't spell out which clauses. It doesn't mention the oath, although the oath is part of Section 111. Yeah? So one could argue that what Schedule 1 has done is qualified because it says only as it applies in its application to other provisions which are entrenched. Yeah? So one could say it's qualified in that sense, and it is general in the sense that all it says is that Section 111. On the other hand, Schedule 3 is very specific. And Schedule 3, which contains the oath. Schedule 3 is very specific, and Schedule 3 is not referendum entrenched. You agree with me on that? I take it, right? Therefore, it is arguable, and I know it is a strained interpretation, and I'm not saying it is one that a court will agree with, may or may not agree with. I think a court may agree, and I'll tell you the reasons why. One can argue that when you read oaths in 35 and 83, that oath there does not incorporate only the words of Majesty the King, heirs and successors, but it incorporates the whole of Schedule 3, inclusive of the manner in which it can be altered. In other words, Schedule 3 can be altered by 2/3 majority in the Parliament. Yeah? Schedule 3 does not require a referendum to alter it. One can take the argument that, listen, when you see oath in these entrenched provisions, it is incorporated all of Schedule 3, not just the words, but the procedure for altering it. Now, why is that likely to be a interpretation, strained as it is, that a court may even go with? It is because it could avoid an absurdity. The absurdity being that you could have the Prime Minister, because the sections require the Prime Minister, the members of the executive, the members of Parliament to take the oath. They are not deeply entrenched sections. The Parliament could alter those sections. Yeah? They are not deeply entrenched. So you can have a situation where the Prime Minister, the parliamentarians, even the Governor General taking one oath, but then you're saying the Permanent Secretary and, sorry, not the Permanent Secretary, members of the PSC and the Supervisor of Election, they have to take the oath to the King. Many say it's an absurdity. Now, I must tell you, to be very fair, one person told me, yes, it's an absurdity, I agree. But the absurdity only arises when you're trying to change, it in the way that is being proposed. Yeah. So I've heard that argument too. But I just want to say that I think that it is not a straightforward issue. It is an issue for interpretation, and one may argue if it is an issue for interpretation, then it's something for the court to settle. I can understand that argument, right? But I think there are probably ways to interpret it so as to give the Constitution the generous interpretation that generally all courts and everybody say it is to have. But I just want to reiterate that I really agree with the proposition that the people of Grenada, and that I think it means a majority, because that's what it means all over the world, acting as a majority, have the right to make those changes. And that 2/3 that is handed to us to say everything you want to change, or not everything, many things that you want to change, fundamental things, some not even fundamental, you need 2/3 majority. That's just what I want to say. Thank you very much. I hope I have not gone on too much.
Well, that conversation nice, but I have a proposition to make. But before you closing words from you, Brother Lane, as you have the floor now, and we know that you have a program, a separate private program. Can you just let the public know a bit about it? And because we want people to have the opportunity to.
Well, okay, thanks for inviting me to say that. I wouldn't call it even a private program, because it's really about, it's a charitable venture, meaning it's not for profit.
Right.
It is really about trying to play a role like people as Dave and Cassandra and so have been doing, to add my voice and to try to bring a lot of people. I've had the the privilege, may I even say, the benefit to have traded in law. I've always been a person who is trying to give as much as possible, you know, and I really want to share that perspective, not only on constitutional issues, but even everyday issues. You drive your car, you meet an accident, somebody bunks your child in the street, you know, and the laws and some of those things really need public ventilation and public scrutiny, you know. Somebody, a 6-year-old child get bunked and the damages they get is $5,000. Yeah. You need those things so people know, you know, and so the program is called Legalize. It will be included on this platform, yes, 7 to 8 p.m. on Sundays, you know. Tomorrow I'll have Brother John Rollo on it, you know. Some people tell me it's a controversial choice. I don't think so. I know him to be a patriot. Many people think about him. Many people don't know. I honestly think he's a hero of the airport construction project, and he should so be honored. Him and deceased Bob Evans. These are two people I always associate with that project. They did definitely, you know. So he has earned his keeps. He has a point of view. He has spoken loudly on issues, and I really think that this is very positive. And I think that, you know, as I say, we have life experience. Most of us have lived through Grenada. The younger folks they have not lived through, but they are aware, and the future is theirs, you know, and they have a right to be involved in shaping it. So that's how I see it. So I really think that these programs are good. I want to encourage those folks in terms of continuing with them, you know, and put their viewpoints out there, right? The one for example, the one about the allegiance is a good discussion, because I know it stretched a lot of people's mind, including mine. I've started off on one view. I have, like you, Pablo, I mean, to the era of reparations, and in this era, to know that we still have to bow down to the king. You know, it doesn't sit good in the mouth. On the other hand, I know there's a law. There's a constitution, and as Dave said, we can't cherry pick. So we have to be systematic, and we have to be consistent. Those of us who have trained in law, we have to try to see if we can use the tools that we have been equipped with to provide explanations which are principled, right? Which are principled, which are rational, you know, and many times the spark really come from ordinary people facing ordinary circumstances, applying their common sense, and say this making sense and this not making sense. Yeah. So thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Who goes next? Brother Dave? You save the best for last.
And I want to ask Cassandra if she's going to assist me to really introduce the caucus and the work that we've been doing.
Yeah, that's what
she just does a better job than I do. So I will want to leave the best in truth for last.
Yeah, because I believe more people need to know about the ICCR. Okay, if we are going to have meaningful discussions about our constitution, if we are going to get our people sensitized to the point where we can have meaningful constitutional reform, and I heard Ms. Mitchell refer to that. Yes, we do need some level of reforms. If we are going to get to that, right, to the point where we can get a 2/3 majority to agree, right? We know that is going to be our filters based on what we've experienced with constitutional reform exercise, you know, in the recent past. This is going to be something that has to be done. So the floor is yours, Mr. Ned, as we close.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. We in the ICCR, we tend to grab these opportunities when we get them, because the conversation around our constitution, the conversation around the basic rules, the regulations that defines our society, that defines the relationship between us, the citizen, and the authority that defines the relationship between the citizen and his fellow man. It's not taught anywhere. It's not included in any of our educational curriculum. And I say it every day. We teach Chinese, we teach French, we teach Spanish, but the basic rules remain unavailable, inaccessible to our entire population. That cannot be right. It cannot continue because we cannot progress. We cannot. It makes no sense that this is hidden, that this remains hidden. And we want to blame the root for all sorts of things that are happening, but they don't know the rules. They don't. The adults don't know the rules. The decision makers now don't know the rules. So how are we going to progress? That's a recipe for, you know. So clearly, the conversation has to be had, and it has to be had where people can sit down and feel free to ventilate their concerns. We're not lawyers, and we don't claim to be. Right? We're not lawyers. We don't claim to be lawyers. We are citizens of Grenada, and we have a right to know our constitution, and we have a right to sit and discuss it, and we have a right to ensure that our rights are not violated. So, you know, we are focused on these issues, and you must be able to explain what you're doing. You're not coming and saying that you whatever, and be accepting it like that. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. I just want to say one more thing, Paul, to address a concern that you had. For me, personally, I look at our constitution not as a privilege to the king or a privilege to Her Majesty. It's not. Really and truly, they have no benefit from us at this point in time. They have done whatever, and it is what it is. Our history is our history. But what the Constitution does is limits our elected officials. And that is what we have to look at. So, yes, we have elected officials, but there is somebody above that still has the authority to look over and make sure that things are working. And if we want to change it in the morning, that's it. Bye-bye. He's gone. But we have to make that decision. What does that do? The requirement of a 2/3 majority, what does it do? It speaks to just the problem that we're talking about. It forces individuals to become engaged. It forces them to become informed. It forces them to be aware of the constitutional rights that they have. Otherwise, they can't make meaningful contributions. So how are we going to progress without that? So I don't focus on the king, right? Because for me, the last 50 years of my existence in Grenada here, he didn't do nothing, right? Those who are doing now is what we have to look at. The limits that we have to set. That is what we have to deal with now. We have to now protect this land, Grenada. We have to husband it, nurture it for the next generation. And we're not going to do it if we don't know our rights. So,
Okay,
I mean,
brother.
thanks again so much. I want to welcome your program again, and I'm hoping that this is just the beginning.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Mr. Lane on the Eagle Eyes also. I was fortunate enough to see it. And again, discussions like this opens up avenues that we never saw before. It opens up discussions. And that's all we say.
Yes.
We have no problems if we're wrong. If we're wrong, we have absolutely no problem.
Perfection doesn't exist in the human
It don't
community.
exist. And very well we could be wrong.
Right.
But you have to defend it because we come in prepared to defend.
Roger.
We come in prepared to defend our position.
Lady Cassandra.
So I want to join with the other panelists and thank you for this opportunity to just touch on the Constitution and other issues. A history on the caucus. We have been involved. I mean, collectively, we have had decades, 5, 6, 7 decades of advocacy experience. one of the things that we noticed over the last few decades was that whenever governments called consultations, was always the usual suspects in the room. Post-referenda, and I'm looking at the results of the referenda, some of the observations were that, one, many Grenadans were not familiar with the contents of the Grenada Constitution. There was a perception that the referenda was spearheaded and pushed by politicals with hidden agendas, and that had the suggestions for reform come from the belly of the people, then the results may have been different. And it was on this basis we decided to come together as a grouping, citizens volunteering to just raise awareness on the contents of the Grenada Constitution. So should there be any move in the future to reform or change any of its provisions, that it comes from the people. I mean, I hear Mr. Lane about the 2/3 majority, but if citizens are educated enough so they know what the provisions of the Constitution are, then that shouldn't be an issue. So again, thank you. I'm happy to be here to share my thoughts, and I want to join Mr. Ned. The Constitution is the book with the written rules between those who are governed and those who govern. And we, citizens of Grenada, we are prepared to challenge any decision to amend the Constitution without our input. And we are not afraid to be wrong. The Constitution allows us access to the court for a final interpretation. And should there be dispute about the interpretation of the amendment of the Oath of Allegiance, we are prepared to bring the issue to the courts. And we have indicated that much to those who are involved. So thank you again. Happy Independence as we observe 50 years from 1974 to 2024. And I'm just hoping that we are going to move away from the painting and the nicing up and really entrenched in some of these celebrations, real issues talking about what it means for us to be Grenadian, what it means for us to be independent, and not too much focus on the king, but the other entrenched and not so entrenched provisions of the Constitution and what it means to us 50 years later. Thank you.
Referred Paul just step out from it. I had a question for the panel before we will come back in. It is said that the Constitution is a contract, and you said it was between the people who govern and who they govern. But isn't that contract really one that was given to us to be representative, to be kind of a still subservient to the monarch, because we're not so allegiant to the people of Grenada, we're so allegiant to the crown. So how did that become a contract between the people that govern and the people that are governing?
If I may, Sheriff, the representative of His Majesty, the Governor General, her actions, too, cannot be outside the constitutional directive.
Yeah, but does she represent the people of Grenada, or does she represent the crown?
The Constitution in its construct is the protection, is given us fundamental rights and freedom that we did not have prior to us getting the document. Mr. Ned mentioned it, there is a reason, and even on this platform when we interviewed one of the surviving members of the delegation who traveled to the UK and asked about the decision to keep the Governor General as head of state, there were reasons behind this decision.
Yes.
And again, we can argue back and forth. But if the people of Grenada, through a 2/3 majority, decide that they no longer want the Governor General as the representative of the king, then I am fine with that. Okay. But we are governed by the Constitution and by the rule of law. Right. So until then, that is just the construct, and that's how it is.
The question, I think probably Comrade answer the question in a different way, but I want to ask it because for the persons listening on to the show, Mr. Ned, for the sake of not having a political party, what other system of governance or electoral process would you suggest that the people of Grenada are governed by, if not a political party? So there's a central government?
I want to suggest that we go according to the directives of Sections 32. Section 32 is clear that you are to directly elect a member of your constituency. That's clear. Not a member of a party,
I got that.
but a member.
But where does the person the representative evolve from? It could be an independent candidate.
Yeah, a member of the constituency.
Yeah. So if that's the case, right? If we could elect anybody and we don't have political parties, how does this grouping of people come together to work together without a body?
The directive in the parliament, the directive in the constitution is that they elected to the parliament and to form an executive. The directives are clear to the Governor General who she chooses as a political leader, and the support, the political leader of the executive must have the support of the majority of the members of parliament.
So why?
And that's it.
So why should we allow the Governor General to choose who the leader should be for us then?
No.
If out of all these collective voters, people vote these people in office.
Okay.
You say so you're saying that the Governor General should appoint a leader?
We have 15
elected persons.
So we have 15 constituencies.
Yes.
The law requires that the political leader must command the majority of the members of the legislature.
Great, I get that. So how do you?
So whichever member commands that majority.
How do you choose the leader? Other than 15 people?
Because you have a parliament and they would indicate.
But the parliament are the 15. Among the 15, they had to vote for that one person, and the Governor General elect that person, appoints that person.
So the mechanism, as with all other issues in parliament, they would ask a question and somebody would reply in the affirmative.
Okay, so your suggestion here then is that in the grouping of 12 or 15, somebody move a motion to elect Dave Ned as the leader, and then the ayes have it?
Not to elect Dave, but that they have confidence in Dave that he can do so. And there must be a majority. If they're not the majority, the other person, whoever it is that has that majority, gets it.
So the absent of the political party, this will be the second best alternative outside the political party.
Well, my position is that the political party has not served this democracy for the last 50 years.
It has
kept us divided. So I don't see it as a second best alternative. Our democracy is built on representation. Representation. We have a house of representatives. Those words have meanings. So it's clear. We didn't have a political party.
Let me ask this one before the last question to the panel. Anyone of you could answer it, or anybody to give their thing. Do you believe that we should move to drafting our own constitution within the next 5 years? One. That's one question. Question number two. Do you believe that the present constitution reflects the wishes of the Ghanaian people?
Okay, I want to take the last one, if that's okay with everybody else. So, good question, very good question. And you're asking if the Constitution reflects the wishes of the Grenadian people. So let's examine what the Constitution actually speaks to. And it's found on the preamble of the Constitution. And you would see that it's right here. The people have affirmed that the nation is founded upon principles that acknowledge the fatherhood and supremacy of God, and that man's duty towards his fellow man. We believe in God. We believe in a duty to our fellow man.
Hold on. I want to repeat that statement. We begin.
Okay. It says, whereas the people of Grenada have
hold on right there. So the people of Grenada, are this suggesting that people of Grenada drafted this?
I am saying that the general belief
but this is not
that our nation
we didn't do that.
Is found.
They give it to us, stating that. We agree to that?
No. I'm asking you now, if this is the present, do you believe in God?
Yes, we believe in God.
Okay, I believe in God.
Mm.
All right? Mm. So, and I think that if we ask the question of the majority of Grenadians, they believe in a God. They believe in a deity.
Mm.
They also believe, the Constitution says that they believe that spirituality,
yes,
the relationship with your God, is something that you should put all of your resources into, that you must have a relationship with God. Right. The Constitution also says that all rights, your inalienable rights, they all come from the Creator. Right. Is there anything here that anybody disagrees with?
I agree with that.
We agree. We agree that we all should respect the rule of law.
Yes, but it does not.
Is there anything that
everybody in Grenada does not believe in God? Everybody believes that. Everybody.
Everybody does not believe in God. But we say that the foundation. And the foundation is represented by a 2/3 majority.
Yeah,
so that's what it is.
If I may intervene here, what happened with me momentarily there, I was on the laptop and I was just using battery connection. So the battery ran down. So I've reverted to my cell phone here now. So Brother John, as I see, Dr. Ned is trying to share with us the preamble for the Constitution. Can we let him complete it, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so bullet number D, whereas the people of Grenada express their respect for the rule of law, and since moral conduct constitutes the noblest flowering of their culture and their plural heritage, regard it as the duty of every man always to hold it in high respect. Interestingly, it does not say obey. It says hold it in high respect.
Okay.
Right? And it says again, the ideal, they reiterate, whereas the people reiterate that the ideal of free men. Now, those words are important. In our history, we were once slaves. We were once controlled by the same monarch. Yeah. This Constitution is now saying that the ideal of free men enjoying freedom from fear and want can be best achieved if conditions are created whereby everyone may enjoy his economic, social, political, civil, and cultural rights.
Right.
Is there anything here that you want to change?
No, for that part, no.
Right. And they're saying no. And it goes on to say that the people desire that the Constitution should reflect the above-mentioned principles and beliefs, which represents those high ideals upon which the nation is founded, and make provisions for ensuring the protection in Grenada of fundamental rights and freedoms. So all fundamental rights and freedoms are based on all of these aspirations and desires here. So anything in this Constitution that we have to interpret must be interpreted against the backdrop of what we just spoke about here. That is the foundation.
All right. Pablo, back to
you. Anything, Mr. Kalisa, you want to change?
Anything, there's other things that have to be changed.
Huh?
And
no, in the foundation, in the preamble.
No, exactly. It's fine. That part is fine. But you have inside intricacies that causing. And go back to the question of these oaths of allegiance. I'm free from you, but I still have to pledge allegiance to you. I don't get that.
Yeah. Okay, so
Andre,
we are at this juncture where we were closing up, and I know that this is an issue. This is something that has to be that cannot be addressed in one program. Our constitutional matters cannot be adequately addressed in one session. And I want to, before I get to what I want to say in that regard, let me say that mention was made earlier on, I believe, by Lane, that it takes people like me, independent thinking people like us, to be part of that. Well, I'm not so certain if I would be considered independent thinking myself, given my partisan political involvement, over the past 20 years or so. I'm not.
We're not going to let your past dictate who you are. We're not going to let your past define you.
I'm not certain that I would be considered. The whole issue, David also made a point about for the past 50 years or so, it's been the British have not been involved and so on and so forth. They've done what they've done and moved on. I tend to have a different perception of this whole relationship with these people, because as far as the evidence shows, the world that we live in is based on the whole essence and the precepts of white supremacy. All of the institutions, the international institutions, and that's why when we saw at the sitting of the United Nations, we saw all of the leaders from the developing countries, the third world countries, speaking about that relationship that they share even in the UN, and how these countries are given preferential treatments and so. We, the countries who don't have anything, who's struggling for our development and our survival in some instances, have to be paying more for loans and so that these people have to, because essentially these people, they don't need to come and put us in shackles and chains anymore, because they've developed a different mechanism. Yeah? And that's the reason why it took the US. They don't grow bananas, but the US, it was the one who brought a matter before the WTO and put our banana export in jeopardy based on the relationship that we had shared initially with Britain, and Britain had to give way. Maybe if it was in this dispensation now, it would have been different, seeing that they pull out of the EU and all of that, but the WTO, the regulations and so in there. And essentially, these people as a collective have consistently been changing the rules. Every time we make some, they change the rules of the game, because that is the authority that they take onto themselves. So I cannot agree with you on that one. But in any event, as I say, it's a conversation. These conversations, we have to have these conversations. And it is against that background, given that I will be continuing, this is the first in my new series of programs. So I would like to make one program per month, or one program every 2 months, or whichever way would be convenient for people, where this is going to be the focus, the whole issue of the Constitution, or relations with the Constitution, and so on and so forth. I would hope that that we can do that as we go forward. So that's my request to the ICCR. Yeah, that I provide this platform here where we can come and we can have these conversations, mature conversations.
I am only the outreach officer. So
Right?
you do have the secretary on the screen now. So don't make the pitch to me.
Well, I'm speaking to I'm speaking to the essentially it's to the both of you. It's to the both of you,
Okay.
that the RCCR, so you can consider it and so on. We can be arranged, because I definitely would like to, to continue these conversations, because you would have missed earlier on. Well, I did request that I be given that space to make certain, pronouncements and to go through a certain process, since this was the first, in that.
Pablo, if I may,
the evidence is before I lose my thought. You know what it is when it gets to that maturity. The evidence is that the content that you find in media space is not about empowering minds. It's not about enlightening and stuff like that, And I think there needs to be more of this enlightenment opportunities and so in our media space. Because on the one hand, when we have certain situations arising, here people, oh boy, you get all of the complaints as to where we are, not being cognizant of the fact that because of what we practice is what we learn. So if all we're doing is day and night in our media space, talking stupidness, minding people business, making melee, sowing seeds of discord, and so when certain things explode in our face, then we shouldn't be complaining. We shouldn't be complaining, because we actually contributing to that by what we entertain on a day-to-day basis. So I think that we need to have more of these kinds of content. And that is the reason why I'm making this request. And that is the reason why I'm in this space, because I'm a very opinionated person, as you would have come to. I'm a very opinionated person. And I see people out there talking all kind of chatter, and they have all kind of following, and it's all about getting X amount of like, and when you put that out there, thousands of people like and so and so, but you put something that is sensible and so on, and then nobody don't even look at it. So it just goes to tell you where we are, the kind of mindset that is driving us as a people. So I think we need to do as much as we can to strike some kind of balance. Yeah.
So
finally, before you close,
I just want to say that the caucus has taken this mission very seriously. We have weekly meetings. All meetings go from 8 in the evening until 11 at night.
I participate.
And at 11 o'clock, we have to beg people and to somebody has to go and sleep. We have to work in the morning, etc. But saying all of that, we send out hundreds of invitations, and you get 20 people, So the response to those things are, people are almost afraid to discuss their business. It's your business. And they are afraid the partisan repercussions, they're afraid. And as afraid people, we're supposed to live free from fear, free from want. It's not supposed to happen. And if it exists in the society, then there's certain things that are wrong fundamentally. Your platform offers the kind of time frame that we like, because it allows for open discussion. We can disagree. And there's sufficient time for us to finally agree at some point in time. Because it's not always...
Generally speaking, we agree on a lot of things anyway. I know we agree on a lot of things.
Yeah. And we're going to agree on the rest, It takes a little time.
Anyway, It's at this point that we bring closure to this episode of The Heart of the Matter. The very first episode of The Heart of the Matter started in 2024 on this, the third day of February, you know, in this, the month of Black History. And you can expect I'll be, all things being equal, you know, and should the Supreme Creator permit, I will be back here next Saturday sharing with you on matters of importance. Okay. Next week, I am not certain if I'm going to be having a guest, but as you know me, as I said, I'm a very opinionated person, so I could talk. You know what I mean? So, but I can tell you that the following week, I will be having Dr. Tristan Smith on the 17th, Saturday. I want to serve notice here that on the 17th, I will be having Dr. Tristan Smith is going to be my guest. As you know, he is from Guelph, and he is one of the top cardiologists out there. You know, I've had him when I did, was it the grassroots message to the comfort zone, when I did the comfort zone. Yes, I had him as a guest one time. Well, he had been on 2 occasions. He had been on when we had Coach Naka and crew speaking basketball and so in St. John. And because he had been involved with Coach Naka and Sparklers and so on. And then he came back personally and we had a conversation. So I'll be having him on the 17th of Saturday. So mark that down in your calendar. All right. So that's where we bring closure. Once again, thank you to our viewers, our audience out there. Thank you for joining us, taking time off this Saturday afternoon. I see one of them has been calling me a while. Just moments ago was calling me, and I know you want to say something to me. Brother John, thank you very much for holding to the motto of education is liberation, because that's how we are going to liberate ourselves, by ensuring that we spread the knowledge, that people are educated, because we have to come to the appreciation that education is not just about academic qualification, but it's about building the awareness of your citizen. Okay? And because you need academic qualifications. I am not telling people don't go to school. I went to school, you know. So you need to go to school, and we need to know that we have qualified people. I was just speaking of one of them, yeah, Dr. Tristan Smith. Okay, but that is not the sum total of everything. And we know that there are many people out there that, you know, our citizens generally, we need to educate them, as Dave and Cassandra and so are doing, as Ewart Plain is doing with his program. We need to edify people on various issues. So thank you, Brother John, for allowing me the opportunity.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Until next time. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Yeah, man. Okay, done. actually contributing to that by what we entertain on a day-to-day basis. You know? So I think that we need to.
Some serious politics.
Join us on 101.3 and 106.3 Vibes FM and on all social media platforms every Sunday at 7 p.m. for 1 hour of exciting information, providing valuable legal information to the public. Join us on Legalize, a legal education program hosted by Joseph U. Lane, the holder of 3 law degrees, including 2 Masters of Law degrees, and the legal education certificate from Huberlin Law School. Legalize will open your eyes to the rights and duties, and don'ts, and some of the intricacies of law as Lane engages attorneys from Grenada and across the Caribbean to discuss and drill down on current legal issues, including cases decided by the court. Come, join the vibes, Legalize 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. this and every Sunday. Don't miss it.
So, the greatest place I know what it does. We stand for. We stand for. So, that's how we grow. We fight. We are strong and grow to come. Just let out the sun. They have never come before them. Here to say thanks to him. In the region, we appreciate the youth on our days. Like the king, for Dashing and for many more, created itself so it's true. Sorry, exercise your liberty. Just come and say thanks, Renita, for your resiliency. We appreciate those who are you can parents. Like Pedro, Mary Show, Harry Bishop, reason like we don't say anymore. Happy to call home. So we want to say thank you. Sorry, we sure anyone. We want to say thanks for that, but we didn't reach out. We appreciate the man with the circumstance. Every turn it out. We know that we independence. We are celebrating.
Well, thank you very much. Let me find it here. All right, there we go. Thank you, all Grade and Kariku and Pidi McNickens. This is Gem FM. I'm your host, the Sheriff. Yours truly, John Kelly. And we hope that you have a very safe weekend. Continue to do what you do and do it safely. Because for your brother, there's no greater thing, greater love than this, but to be your brother's keeper, to love others as yourself. And join me tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. with Thank you, all Grade and Kariku and Pidi McNickens. This is Gem FM. I'm your host, the Sheriff. Yours truly, John Kelly. And we hope that you have a very safe weekend. Continue to do what you do and do it safely. Because for your brother, there's no greater thing, greater love than this, but to be your brother's keeper. All right. So yeah, I got that fixed. Got that fixed. So yes, what happened here now? Where did I go? Yeah, I disappeared somewhere along the line with this. So I don't know why I disappeared from the screen, but I think I know why. Yeah. All right. So here we are. You see, when you don't have no technical help, you have to try to fix and do everything for yourself. But nevertheless, we are here, and I want to thank you again for coming to Gem FM. And please feel free to donate to us at www.gemfm.ca. You can e-transfer to us at genesismagazine@rogers.com or to Callis Rich. That's John Callis or Callis Richardson. Yes, John Callis J. Yeah, Callis Rich at gmail.com. All right. And yes, so please feel free to donate to us. We do appreciate your support. All right. So to bring more programming just like this every week, we have it here on Gem FM. All right. So I'm out of here, folks. And this is your boy, Gem FM, Sheriff. All right. Out of here with lightning speed. All right, Pablo, thank you again. And all the guests, the panelists that was here this evening, Cassandra, Mr. David, Government Ewart Lane, and Pablo. Join Pablo next week on Heart of the Matter, right here on Gem FM. Bless up. I'm out of here. Take this last song and love it. All right? Here's my song. The last song I'm gonna hear. Randy Isaac, it is. Randy Isaac, it is. Yeah? Randy Isaac. Got Squeezy, got Randy Isaac. And here it goes. I'm out of here. Love you now.